G'day everybody, and welcome back for some more Scrapyard fun. I have some good news from this week, which is that I have done some moderate updates to the mod. I've managed to mess with the loot profiles a bit. Now I got some more things to find and some more things to find them in. I've changed a few of the grids so they've got a few more little bits and pieces to search through. I've also added some dilapidated, almost destroyed office buildings that might be found out and about, and a couple of extra vehicles. So hopefully we run into some new stuff today. I was thinking what I might do first up was go and collect the couple of bits that are out there that I know I really want, like the cargo container, the wind turbines, bring them back here, and once I've done that, delete everything that exists out there so that the new stuff can replace the old stuff that's already there. Because I thought that might be something that's potentially sensible here. And could be a good way to make sure that I keep that I don't get myself confused with old stuff during the testing and we can just get new stuff. One of the other things I added was a kind of service station, like a petrol station, and it has some nice little grids attached to it that I think I might leave to let it be discovered during when I hopefully come across one, because I had a bit of fun setting things up so that it's got a bit more interest to it. And I just put that in there, and I should be putting everything into the small cargo container, not into there. Should be moving everything across. Oh, look at that lighten up. That's going to make it so much greater risk of tipping. Cool. So, yeah, that's where this is at. The other thing I wanted to think through today during the stream was what things I want this to have that would make me consider it ready for release. Because there are a few things I know I want to do that I haven't done yet. The big one being I want to add some grids that actually have the basic assembler and assembler in them so that there are those out there to find. Because I think that's an important part of the progression path that you need. And I think I'd also like to add some grids that aren't super friendly to you. So that, you know, one idea that I was given was put a turret on things, but only give that turret a single magazine. So your likelihood of that turret being able to severely damage your crane rover or whatever you've brought is diminished, but the chances of it hurting you, or like if I make it so that some have only one magazine and some don't, you won't know which ones, and so you just have to approach them all carefully. But I want that's going to be kind of a step up, which means I want those grids to only be something that can come in once you've got an adequate threat score. Also, thanks Techman Jim for the sub while I was offline, and thanks Taz. Thank you very much for 14 months of tier 3. Thank you very much. But yeah. And now what I want to do is go to my GPS list. And... oh wait, I need to build a trailer for this, don't I? If I'm going to be bringing stuff home, I need somewhere to put it. Let us... I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to build the trailer freestanding, and I'll leave this connected to the... no, I'm going to go get another turbine. I'm going to get the turbines first, then we'll build the trailer, because the turbines I should be able to carry, and if I'm hooked up while I'm building the trailer, then that's more power. So when placing the turrets, yes, the nice turret mod that I've got. So, there's another thing I did this week. I say I did it, but the difficult part of it was done last year by Gruzob. I some of you might have seen I released on the workshop a mod for turning off the combat phase in MES. So, maybe I'll just drive past this wind turbine and see what that thing is at 1.3 k's past it. So Gruzzob made a mod that runs text commands on game load. So I've set it up with the command to turn off combat phase. That's that mod that I released. But I've also set one up that has all the commands necessary in it to change all of the settings in MES to what I'm using in this series. So as part of your setup of your game, you can use that mod if you don't want to go into the configs yourself. Because I think that'll be very useful to more than a few people, and just helping them to make sure that they know, and there is a fence somewhere in amongst this grass, that they know they've got decent settings for a scrapyard setup like this. So I'll be releasing an additional mod that you can use, because the whole idea with this, the way I've set things up here, is to make it modular. Make it literally so that you can choose which bits you want to have in and which bits you don't. Yeah, Eisen, I was worried I was going to plow into a random bit of fence there. Should be somewhere right around here. Another 100 meters in front. Why can't I see this thing that popped up? Come on, light turret. Show me where the thing is. Should be... Nope, I've gone too far. Or was it 2.3 k's? It was only 1.3 k's further. Should have marked it. Thought I could get away with being lazy. Made a mistake. Oh well. I'll go to 2.3 just in case. No, I'm already past. Okay. I've lost it. Whatever it was, it's gone. Nuts. I thought I had a really good bead on that. I could just use my GPS that already was out there. Sad. Oh, oh, there it is. There it is. It's just a bunch of fences. It's just going to be a bunch of fences, isn't it? What? Got here. There's a fence. There's a couple of sheds. Oh yeah. Alright, what do we got in here? Anything I want to take before the turbines? Yeah, HUD compass is probably something that I reckon a lot of people will use. We got a thruster in here. I should probably grab that. Not too worried about the other bits. Let's see if this cargo container has anything in it. Aha! See? Loot! There's loot! There's actual loot. Let's grab that. Some metal grids is good. What about this? Ooh! Take the small steel tubes, why not? What? Is that because it's... Huh? What? Why can't I take that? What? What? So confused. Is that because this doesn't have ownership, but it's on a grid that's owned? Ah, that's very odd. No, no, no. Oh. Oh, I'm an idiot. Yep. It's the individual container. I'm an idiot. It's that one. But yeah, there's loot in that too. I got confused because there was something there. Normally I'm like, oh yeah, I gotta click on the head thing. Completely forgot. Alright, what's in here? In here we have more cargo containers that might have stuff I want. So, if we decide today that these loot tables are too generous, I can fairly easily modify them. So we got, oh, yeah, it might be getting a bit too grid happy here. Maybe a little. It's a few too many grids from the first thing I've found. There it is. Alright. Get the turbine. Oh yeah, I didn't take him. Right. Cut out the wall. I'll steal that and put like a... I'll do the thing that everyone was telling me to do last time. And just shove a little landing gear on my truck so that I can put this Atmo thruster on. Because I can't really pass up an Atmo thruster when I've got one available. So we'll place that just on the connector here. Yeah, the corrugated skin is really nice. One of the things I really like it for is actually interior wall blocks. Because it makes them look more scratched, so you've got an extra degree of, an extra option for how worn down it looks. Okay. Let's just free this thing up. Get rid of these bits, and then I'll just grind it loose with advanced welding. Access denied. How am I going to fix that? Oh. Yeah, I am going to make a trailer. But I thought I'd go out and collect a few things first, and I got sidetracked by something that I shouldn't have. I mean, it is a thruster, so it's probably not a bad thing to get sidetracked by, but I shouldn't have let myself get sidetracked by this. Yeah, I didn't want to grind the plate. I wanted to take ownership of it, but I guess this is how we'll have to do things. Now, can I remember the controls from last week? So far, so good. Oh, don't pop it, don't pop it, don't pop it. I'm always afraid that I'll do that thing I did in Scavenger Hunt a few times where, while attempting to pick something up off the ground and lock to it, I pushed so hard into it, it just popped. Oh, excuse me. That came out of nowhere. Yeah. Choking on water. And there we go. That's right. I stopped using the mouse last week and I used the arrow keys for doing these controls. I find it's kind of more... it feels more right for a crane to use the arrow keys and WASD QE space C instead. I think the pop in Scavenger Hunt was a combination of pushing too hard, but pushing too hard with a large grid crane that had a lot of force behind it. because it was intended to lift up really heavy things. Alright, let's see how much of this tower I can bring home intact. That's what I'm kind of tempted to do with this wind turbine. Is, see if I can bring it with the tower so I can just merge block it or weld pad it nice and low down. How much do I dare? Charlie didn't want to get out of bed this morning, so she stayed in bed when I got up. I just left her there. My other half will let her out when she gets up. I think I need to grab onto it first. Oh. Okay, so what I'm thinking of doing here is making myself seasick. What I was going to try and do is go to about there, switch to my wrist controls, which I might need to speed up because they're super slow. That's also not necessarily a bad thing. But I was just going to grab it like this. And hope that when I release it, it doesn't topple my whole crane truck over. In fact, I might do a couple of things that could help that. Let's get some steel plate and hope that I can... I didn't bring the stuff to anchor the truck. Oh, there was something else I was thinking about during the week. I was thinking of giving myself, just for the fun of the extra challenge, a little rule. A rule that I'm not allowed to landing gear the crane to the ground while in use. So I can build pylons that are on pistons that push out and give it extra support, but I'm not allowed to use landing gear on it. Just for some extra engineering fun. So, see, Lightning Stan saying that I won't have any time for games once the kid arrives, that's the joy of making games my job. It's almost like I had a plan a few years ago. I want to pay the mortgage, I come play games. Ah. No, not the ramp. Give me the thing. Now give me the ramp. Yes, it is. It is a devious thing, and I thank you all so much for supporting me in this ridiculous endeavor. Okay. I think this should have some heavy stuff in it. Yeah, I'm so sorry. I really need to go outside and play games with one of my best friends from high school all the time. How tragic. Fortunately, my other half and I got together after this was already a thing that I was spending a lot of time doing. So, she understands it, and she's very, very accepting of it. She's awesome. I dislike how far I am away from it. I'm going to try and move the truck closer. I'm going to disconnect. I'm going to move the truck closer before I attempt this. Oof. I'm well aware that I'm going to have less time, because, duh, I've got a little person to look after and spend time with who I will want to spend time with. But, yeah, fortunately, a degree of this is protected time, because I'm going to keep doing this stuff. That's a bit safer. So yeah, I won't be going anywhere. I'll probably need to take a bit of time initially. Just to make sure I have that time, but I will be fitting whatever content in I can around it. Alright, here goes. Am I going to tip over? Ooh. I did not. Excellent. Okay. I have built a stable rover. Have I? Yep, I have. I was like, have I? Or is the wind turbine just not actually mobile yet? Now, is it that one? I go to... Nope. Check it out. Oi. Oh, too far. There we go. That looks less horrifying. Especially if I do this. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Now I'll take it home. Where's home? Oh, the green one. I'm so used to ignoring green GPS markers because they're unknown signals. I'm not saving the game. I chose to do this way. I'll deal with the consequences. I'll only save game if I think it's gonna clang. Like if I haven't gone into the situation knowingly doing something stupid. The heresy with which I mock Clang. Indeed. The joys of single player. Yeah, I changed the GPS to green. That's why I seem to be ignoring it. I didn't appreciate at the time that apparently green GPSs are things that I just naturally ignore. I'm not sure what colour to make it to stand out. Maybe purple? Maybe like a... Ooh, I wonder if a proper blue might work. Nope, that's real dark. What about... I don't really want orange. Go yellow, maybe? Maybe I'll notice that one. But again, it's still an unknown signal colour. Eh. I don't think my light has found anything. Alright, so... which corner shall I put this on? How high does it compare to the other ones? Ooh, I can probably make this one higher because it's already got the stack on it. Let's park here for a sec while I think about how I'm going to approach this and while I quickly hack that turbine. So I'd like the things on my home base to be me-owned. Yeah, bright pink might work. I'll try yellow for a bit, see if that's any better. So what do I do over here? Oh, yeah. Just want to match it. We need to get rid of that. Do-do-do. Old school cycling colors. Like, it constantly cycles through the rainbow, so it's the rainbow one, is it? That could work. That'll probably got my attention. I don't want to have to lift this up too high. And the other one is 1, 2, 6. So that's got 5 on it. Do I make them the same height? Do I not? I don't know. Don't know what I want to do. No, I'll make this one taller. Just a 1 block taller, because I want to be able to easily put the weld pads in. Oh, actually no, this I can do with a merge block. Can't I? Put one there. Means let's go 2 blocks higher. Because 2 blocks looks more deliberate than 1 block. So I go merge block on there and put a merge block on the other one. And that'll work perfectly. Make the GPS marker white. Yeah, that might actually stand out. Who is the corpse? Just some random dude. We'll see. I don't know about these colours. I just don't know. Alright, let's go park up a bit closer. Then I'll build that merge block and then we can get this thing on. Yeah, Mrs. Eisen, I'm thinking... I'm trying to think of any other things I want to have in this before I release it. Like, obviously I didn't want to release it at a point where I wasn't sure it was going to be stable. And so far, it seems to be working just fine. I haven't run into any major bugs. There don't seem to be too many grids that are broken or anything like that I have to fix. But it is missing some components that would make it a complete way to play, such as the assemblers being able to be found. So I need to add those in before I can release it. That's one of the key bits. I'd like it to have a bit of extra challenge to it, and I'd like to have at least this week and probably next week to balance the cargo container amounts, because it does feel like I want to get that kind of right. I'm trying to think if there's anything else beyond those that I feel like I need to do, and I'm struggling to come up with anything, which is a good sign. So the remote block not despawning only happens when either the remote block or the battery gets damaged, and the situations where that happens is rare. My fix for that, if you want to call it a fix, is just to paint them rusty. So if they're there and they didn't get removed, it's like, well, they're just part of the grid now. I haven't done that yet, but that is my fix for that problem, because it is rare and it's not something I feel like I need to specifically fix. There are a few bugs that will happen with this that are things that I don't ever plan to really stress myself too much about fixing. There's the possibility that sometimes grids will end up on top of one another. Such as 2 grids spawning in the same space. But I'm not worried about that because it's a rare thing and it's a thing I can't really fix. Given the way I'm spawning everything. I don't know if I'm going to be able to manipulate this to the right angle. Ugh, that's a problem. Might need to move my truck. Have an idea. It's a dumb idea, but I have an idea. if I reverse up and I drive and then I lever this over the front of the truck, I should be able to get the angle about right to get these merge blocks to grab. I think. Probably. The closer I get, the better. Alright, that should work. Okay. Forward, forward. A bit more forward. Okay. Ah, nuts. It doesn't have the reach. It just barely doesn't have the reach for this, I think. Ah. I'm going to have to go up higher. Change that around, and we need to go this way. Which is terrifying. And do this. More. And more. Then maybe we can just come down. Oh, how off am I? Oh, a little bit. Come on. This is so close. How is that not snapping? Arrgh. Thanks, Del Sol. Thanks for the Prime sub. I could sneeze and it'll fit. Yeah. I am tempted to do the release and pray. I am tempted. Hey, I got it. There we go. Very nice. Okay, we got one more wind turbine to grab, and then I can start building this trailer. True, if I did take the risk in that situation, as long as it doesn't get destroyed on the way down, I can just pick it up again. Also, I really hope today that I find myself some better grinders. Grinder and welder. I almost needed a prediction. If I was going to let it go, yeah, I probably should have. Turns out to be a good way of building something tall, though. Regardless of anything else, it works quite well. What I should do next time is put a bit of a counterbalance. So I should have added these extra blocks, the lower pieces, onto the one that was on the crane. So it was kind of a bit better counterbalanced, and then I would have been working with these merge blocks lower down. I'll have to remember that for the next one. Oh yeah, and dump the thruster before leaving. Good point. Thank you for the reminder. I had completely forgotten I even had the thruster on there. Well, I guess that's one way to dump it. Can I kick it? Kick it. Kick it. Need to kick it a bit clear of the truck. Come on. Come on. Come on. You roll. I know you've got a cylindrical hitbox. Roll. Which I don't know if you do. I think you might have a square one. There we go, that's easier. Bonk. Bonk. Oddly, making it heavier makes it easier. So, I think I'm satisfied that this works without the grabby hands mods. So next week, if I remember, I might add it. I'm gonna leave it just one more week without it, but I'm pretty satisfied that you don't need it. But that it's kind of, it might be a nice to have, because in this situation I could just potentially just pick up the thruster and move it, rather than having to fiddle and mess around like this. So that I didn't have to get my crane, which I probably should have just done anyway. That's close enough. That's good enough. Alright, let's go get a turbine. Yeah, I figure one more week without it, and then we can start adding a few things that might make that process simpler. Alright, let's delete wind turbine, because it's being collected. Huh. What is that tall thing in the distance there, then? That's not a wind turbine I've marked. Is it another one? Or is it one I've already collected? What is it? It's got a red light. It means that's another turbine. Huh. Bonus! Please don't be a fence that I'm going to run into. Oh, there's a fence. I didn't realise how much the fences around these turbines would act like caltrops. Because they really kind of do. It's in the shed. Bang is in the shed. Ooh, plushie. And very unhappy thing. I should grab the detector component from this ore detector. Let's see if I can stop the clang. Sort of. It's a process. Oh no! I wasn't paying attention. I looked at chat for a second when I shouldn't have. And I ground down the whole thing. There might have been loot in there. Oops. I'll grab these large steel tubes from these tires, but that's probably all I need to grab from here. Nope. Anything in the vent that I want? No, I can grab the computers. There we go. Alrighty, let's grab this tower. This one is taller than the last. Two, three, four, five, six, seven, 8. Ooh. Okay, I might try and grab this up a bit higher this time. See if I can make it a bit more stable. I was also thinking at some point today I might try and paint / style my rover. Try and give it something at least slightly interesting. See if I can grab it about there. Hopefully make it a little less, a little more balanced, I hope, when I grind it free. Grab these displays and computers. And It is free. This is when I start getting overconfident with how stable my truck is. Yeah, I'll give it different colors of heavy rust, exactly. Maybe I'll even be as daring as to put light rust on. Nope, this has not become a mobile grid. Oh. But why? Why have you not? I'm going to have to do that manually. Don't know why. So, I've got Nev's mod on this that does make most things go mobile when they should. So I don't know why this one hasn't. Oh, please don't explode. There we go. Alright, now back to the crane controls. Nope, that is not the right way. That's the way I was looking for. What am I doing? What am I doing? Seriously. Screenshot. mm. Down. I do love me some crane shenanigans. I'm not 100% convinced that what I'm doing is making it substantially safer, but I figure at least making some vague attempt to bring my center of mass a little bit lower is probably a good thing. A little bit more central as well. It's back. It's probably about as good as it's going to get with this one, because I don't want to bring it so low that it's colliding with anything. So that makes it worse. It's a good point. There is no fun... Well, there's not as much fun in safe. I have got most of... I think I've got plenty of glass back home, but I'll just quickly grab this one. Clear one of the barriers to me driving out of here safely. Yes, don't do the engine. Exactly. I learned my lesson from the engine. Don't do that. That is bad. This way. It's like a lance. Crane lance competitions. Oh, that could be fun. I have done jousting with Capac before. A few times. We even got little pixel art knights that we ride. Horses that we ride. Well, we kind of drive the knight because the head is the cockpit. Okay, I think I'm going to try and approach this one similarly to what I did on the other side. With line it up and then just stand it up in front of the truck. Morning, Mr. Simplex. Just wish it would spin. It's, I mean, it spins, it's just slow. It's a controlled spin. Alright. Same deal. Another corner. Another turbine. I am not worrying in the slightest about putting maximal clearance and stuff like that between the turbines. I am just putting them down where it's easy to put them down. A long time ago, I made the decision that I was going to not care at all about the efficiency of wind turbines because they're so good anyway. I would use style as the main deciding factor as to where they would go. Oh, you can definitely make catapults in Space Engineers. I made them long before the physics issues were as good as they are now. I even made a trebuchet before we had hinges. Trebuchet was surprisingly effective. Difficult to use, but surprisingly effective. Yeah, the launch air base is also in Survival Impossible is also a catapult. Yes, that's true. That's probably my longest range catapult because it launches from at the limit of the planet's gravity and goes right down. Yeah, catapults are definitely a thing in Space Engineers, which is... Oh, no. I didn't grab this one square on. Okay. Alright, we're going to have to do things a little bit differently this time, I think. Oh, that's going to be difficult. It's going to be a little bit more tricky. I may well have enough articulation on the thing to do this, but I'm not convinced I do with how I've grabbed it. Like, one of the reasons that I think I usually end up putting more articulation on these cranes than you would have on a real-world crane is because I don't necessarily put as much forethought into how I pick something up as you would with a real crane. And so I have to compensate for that with extra rotors and hinges. Up higher, then try and spin it right through. Bring it up higher still. I see my truck wobbling, and I don't like it. Alright. Bring that out a bit, and then bring this back up to vertical. Bring it out a bit. Vertical. Yeah, I might want to add the stabilizers relatively soon, I think. Now I'm just going to have a think about what I've got in terms of control at this point. I think I might be able to get this to go to the right angle. Maybe going that way. But what I might be better off doing is actually bringing this to here and moving the merge block. Yeah, I now should be able to move the merge block onto the side. low enough that I can actually get to it. The turbine. Oh! Oh, the turbine's not mine. I might just build a scaffold up to it at this point. It's so close to being able to be locked, I don't want to have to undo it. Oh, but maybe I can... Oh, maybe I can twist it around quickly enough. I'll have a look. But I do have enough articulation on my crane, though, for what I wanted to do there. So I'm happy about that. Alright. Let's see if I can flip this thing over. If I tip it towards the hangar, I can walk up on the hangar and I don't need it to come right down to ground level. There we go. And it's mine. Oh. Oh, so what? With people asking about Charlie, obviously I'm interested to see how the coming weeks will go with her, and how she's going to cope with being pushed down a peg or two. But apparently, yesterday when my other half had one of her friends around who has a... well, has a very young baby, Charlie was very gentle. Which I didn't think Charlie was that capable of. She's a big buffhead. She doesn't really know how to be gentle all that well. I think if I go... Nope, not that way. This way. And then we go... down a bit. Forward a bit. Down a bit more. We're locked. It's there. So, fingers crossed, that's a sign that Charlie will actually be the big protector for him that I hope she'll be. I suspect she'll just lie she'll be beside him whenever she can be. Which will be whenever she is well supervised. But yeah, it'll probably be, I think I've got something like 10 days till the planned arrival. There we go. 3 wind turbines. Was that the extra one I just collected, or did I actually go to the wind turbine marker? That was the extra one, wasn't it? Yeah. I should have 4. Alright. It's this way. So I grab 1 more wind turbine. That'll give me 4. Which sets me up. No, I grab... Jeez. Everything is just spawning around me. I may have overcooked the spawns a little bit. It's just everywhere. There's another one here. It's another wind turbine. There are grids that have large grid batteries. I have not found one yet. At least one of the hangars has one. But yeah, I haven't found any hangar except for the one that I'm occupying. Or did I find one other? I may have found one other, but it didn't have a battery. New mod name, Too Many Turbines. I disagree, Goodwhack. The the reason that the reason that this has an extra degree of articulation beyond what you'd expect in like a real world crane is that this extra hinge allows me to flick stuff back toward myself once this one's at its maximum rotation. So that extra degree of articulation really, really helps when trying to align something to a merge block. Having the bare minimum articulation that technically gives you all the degrees of freedom you need means you have to be very, very clever about where you pick something up, how you approach it, which way you move, and it can make it much, much harder to do what you want to do. Having the extra ones makes it easier. Thanks, Maximus. Thank you for a year. Right. Let's grab this tower. So yeah, a few people were mentioning that they thought I had too many degrees of articulation on the crane. In my experience in Space Engineers with my own sense of ability to control these things, it makes a big, big difference having that extra bit. Both. Easier and less forethought required. It's both. I want to do... Oh, this one will be about right. This is pretty close to me grabbing it on the side, as I want to, I think. And we are locked. Yes, too much articulation is better than too little. Agreed. Oh, that one came free. Excellent. Ah, my little feeding trough. This was a proper farm plot. I was quite happy with how this one turned out. Little cattle feeding thing. I got in the wrong thing. There are a couple of reasons why he won't be arriving late. He will not be given the choice. Safety related reasons. So yeah, he should. I believe the current plan is that in 10 days. Yeah, the park script is awesome because the park script is easy to set up and doesn't require me thinking about complex things, the way that MMOS does. I just never got my head around MMOS's offsets. I couldn't wrap my head around what it expected as an offset. And I also found that once I did get something set up that sort of worked, I had a habit when using its inverse kinematics of, how we say, blowing things up. Because I'd always end up colliding with stuff unexpectedly. Don't know where's safer for that. That'll have to do. Okay. The stream schedule will be a mess, I reckon, for the first few weeks after he comes along. But I'll just basically stream when I can. Just be, yeah, opportunistic. Well, I mean, I probably can, to some extent, stream with him attached to a, depending on how settled he is. Uh, hold him temporarily in a carrier while I stand at my standing desk. Or I can do editing like that, probably. I'm going to attempt it, regardless. Whether it's something smart or not is entirely debatable. But it's something I'm going to give a go at. So I'm like, why not? See how it goes. If it's horrible, it doesn't work. If it works, great. More standing editing time. I think you've got that wrong, Spectre. I think once he's old enough, Uncle Capac can be babysat, not can babysit. Because who's monitoring who? Bell Dragon, there's no point having, like, going to asteroids and mining them, because there's no refinery. You can't build a refinery. There's no refinery to be found. So, yeah, there's actually no point to any sort of thing like that. Like, you can mine wherever you want. You won't be able to do anything with the ores. With the way I've set this up. Also, I learned, apparently, if you turn off voxel damage, if you turn off voxel damage, you turn off damage from voxels. So I've been told. Which means you can't do the game with voxel damage turned off. You just have to use, like, super aggressive cleanup. I feel like I missed something. Thanks Del Sol and Mad Max for the Prime subs. I think I missed those earlier. My brain's turning into a sieve. I did not sleep well last night. I think the possum was throwing stuff around on the fence. And it's a Colorbond metal fence, so it's really loud. Alright. Already have taken ownership. I took ownership at the site. This time I remembered. It was, you know, a nice change. Doop, 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 doop. Yeah, Capac and I did have an office space at one stage. Then COVID happened. And it became somewhere we weren't allowed to use together. And then it was too expensive to maintain, so we got rid of it. Alright. Bring this around this way. That's pretty good. Yeah, that should work. This will hopefully work. Was this another extra? Yes, but this is the last one I think I'll bother with. I think four's enough for now. I'll regret that later, but I'll let myself regret that later. If I'm finding them this quickly, I probably don't need to worry too much about getting a ton of them. Like, making sure I collect every single one I find. Ooh. That's not happy. Come on. You're so close. Just work, would you? This is where my brain's gonna hurt trying to figure out which way to move this. It's just slightly off. That might have helped. Go. Oh, I can't go any further that way. Oh! Yes! I got it! I got lucky. Yes. Alright, winning. Winning on the power front. It is where the welder pad's alignment readout does help, you're right. But the merge blocks means I'm not using up any computers because I get them back. But yeah, it'd be nice if merge blocks gave that same on-screen readout. Or at least gave a readout in some fashion. Alrighty, so I'm going to now park this up and connect it. So we can at least get some power. Power-wise, I'm not too bad on the river. I know it says 9 minutes when I'm at full throttle, but it's not as horrible as it sounds, but it would be nice if I could find an extra battery. It'd be really nice if I could find a battery that was large grid to bring home. So that it's charging and I can use recharge and steal charge from it whenever I'm back, so I don't have to sit here waiting for the turbines to charge me. Okay, so as a flatbed trailer for this thing, what I was thinking of doing was something with 4 wheels. Even though I know that makes the trailer quite can make the trailer quite difficult to maneuver, I think having 4 wheels and having them distributed in a way that they actually support the trailer, which means when I disconnect from it, it stays as it is and I don't need to deploy pylons or something, might be helpful. So that was what I was leaning towards, although maybe I should just make a deployable thing at the front of it so that it sits. Saitamanen, I think if you were to play this style with R scrap, it wouldn't work. The way I've designed this pack of mods is that ore scrap, or even if you were playing it with the half where it only partially scraps what you're getting, you're just in for a world of pain. I'm pacing this around you getting everything back. Oh yeah, good point. Could raise the front trailer wheels while driving. That's a good point. I should do it that way. So yeah, I have no plans to set things up so that that's feasible, because I don't want to go to that extra effort for something that I think is probably just going to be a bad idea. To be honest. 1, 2, hinge lock. Alright. Pretty confident we've got enough bits now to make the wheels. Should the trailer have its own battery? Probably. And I can probably, like the little batteries. Actually, let's do something. Quickly grab that. Go there. You might hear something random in a second. Depending on how slow Twitch is about things. Um... So, can't remember what it's called, so we're going to do it this way. Should I add the grabby hands stuff? Right, I need more steel plate. So, how wide have I got this wheelbase? It was 5 between, isn't it? Yeah. Hinge lock just isn't as reliable as other means for holding things. So if you really want to make sure something doesn't move, you need to lock its lower limits and upper limit to a very narrow range. And I've found that braking torque is more effective than hinge lock most of the time. What I'll do is we can do some quick tests. If I do add the... Because it looks like the... chat's 88% on yes, add the grabby hands. What I'll do if I do add it is... I think it's modifiable, so I can change how much I can lift. And we'll do some tests to make sure that whatever I can lift is reasonable. Because I don't want to be able to lift really anything bigger than a couple of blocks. I want it to be very, very light, the stuff that can be lifted. So I think any more than that, and it'll just mean that I won't need to use a crane, and I don't want it that way. How big am I going to need this? I want to be able to carry a couple of large grid blocks. So something like this is probably okay. Yeah, maybe not. A little bit bigger than a gyro. The reason a little bit bigger than a gyro is you want to be able to take a gyro and a merge block. Or a gyro and the block it's attached to. Because I think that's something you'll need to do a lot of. And so it would probably be annoying to have to grind it down to a single block. Yeah, definitely not able to pick up any large grid. That's too much. Definitely too much in my book. Can't move small, big batteries. They were a pain to move. Okay. So it was 37 votes to 10. Not as clear cut as I thought it might have been. Guess some people like seeing me mess around with the crane, which will still be a thing. The only reason I was thinking of adding it at this point was specifically for picking up these little batteries over here. Because I think I think the reality is if I have to move those with a crane, I'm probably not going to move them. Codon, I am not even the slightest bit worried about efficiencies with my wind turbines. I'm all about style. So... I think I need to change where the connector's mounted on this truck. Because having it at the rear is kind of not ideal when I'm going to have a trailer on there. I need to have something mounted on the side and have a way to lock up to the base with that. Because then I can have the trailer on and not have to detach the trailer and still hook up to the base. So the trailer becomes a more permanent attachment in that setup. Ah! Ratfink! Thank you very much! Thanks for the 10 gift subs. Also, thanks, Kitsu. Thank you for 9 months. Right. Can anyone remember what the name of the mod is that... that's the grabby hands that allows you to rotate stuff? I can't remember what it's called. It's not the one with, was it Magneto in the thumbnail? Oh, yep, Shiveth, my desk is going up. Jazzy hands? Is it actually the improvised engineering? Okay. I'm definitely subbed to it, so it should be easy to find. Yeah, I don't want grid pickup. Man. Come on, motor. Last little bit. You can do it. It's only a couple of centimeters further. A little bit further. Improvised engineering. And that's the experimental one. I'm going to do the experimental one because that's the one that works in multiplayer, apparently. Yeah, K-Goba. Thank you for the 5 gift subs. Thank you very much. No, I don't think my desk mode is going to die. Not anytime soon, anyway. I think it's just going to be unhappy about it and whinge and take its time and make me have to wait. Splits his large grid desk on a small grid piston. Yep. Yep. Yes, the temperature in my shed is better this morning than the last couple of days. It was only really hot for a few days, but it's now gone more reasonable. How do I use the mod? I probably should have looked at the mod page. I don't know how to use it. Never used this one. Is it... Empty hands, press R. Okay, so that's probably picking up too much. Let's drop a large grid armor block and see if I can pick that. If I can pick that up, it's too much. I can kind of pick this up. Oh, I'm colliding with myself. Yeah, I can pick that up. That's too much. And if I can pick this up, it's definitely too much. Wait, that's a medium cargo container. Yeah, I don't want to be able to pick up a medium cargo. So let's just do a quick thing and see if it has the things. Saves. Scrap yard. Nope. Where is it? There it is. This could be the config. There we go. So this is the config for it. Ah, I'm dead. Thank you for another 5 gift subs. Thank you very much. Jetpack force, exoskeleton force. Is this what I need to change? Guessing. Let's halve that. Reload. See if that's enough. Yeah, the defaults are too generous. That's why one of the reasons I didn't want to do it. Why did I close that? Silly pole thing. Alright, let's try this again. Let's still pick that up. Let's still pick that up? I can. Not sure. Not sure this is enough. No. This is not a single... Like, mass in Space Engineers, unless this calculates it differently, mass of an unwelded block is exactly the same as a fully welded block. Hey, Mr. Freehugs. Thanks for the bits. And thanks, Floppy Disk. Thanks for the 200 bits. Yeah. No, it's still too generous. I'm cutting it back. Let's go down to something silly, tiny. Oh, apparently numlock turned off. Yeah, if I'm going to add this, it's going to be just the barest things. So, a small grid gyro has like 6 or something. It doesn't have many steel plate at all. Oh no, it has 25. Has the same as a large grid block. Okay. So I probably want to make sure I can't lift up 2 of them. Alright, I can't really lift up that medium cargo container anymore. I can kind of... And I can't lift up the gyro. Aha. I probably should have checked that before. Actually, you know what? I'm leaving it at this. I'm happy with this. I can move a battery, but I can't move a gyro. So I'll have to use a crane for a gyro. I'm okay with that. Let's get this battery in place. I just dropped the force values to 2,000. And I think that's about right. I might, like, maybe you'd want to have it at, like, 4,000 or something so you can sort of drag the gyro around, but not be able to pick it up. How far do I want this to come forward? A fair bit further. Just trying to think. I'm going to get rid of this. Ooh. Huh. If I'm going to put the connector on the side, I could make this a permanent trailer rather than a temporary one, and I could then gooseneck it. Maybe I'll do that first. Maybe let's move the connector, and I'll put a gooseneck hitch on that instead, because that'll be better. Oh yeah, Edric, definitely. I'm planning on putting a whole bunch of info on the mod page for people to set things up similar to what I've done here, but as I was mentioning earlier, I've actually already created a mod, thanks to Grozob, that will give you the MES settings I'm using just by adding that mod to your game. I mean, whoops, should not have stood up under the crane. My head was creating clang. The option to run without a crane will always be there, because you just run without a crane. But, because, I mean, without the trailer, because I can just attach it. But I think having it so that the trailer can be permanently attached and have a better attachment than, like, the type of trailer it looked like I was heading towards, I think would be advantageous. So if I put... I realise the one that's back that I just replaced is not far enough back for me to put a connector on it where I want it. If I put this here, I can put a connector on the side. And I do want this connector to be able to drain equipment out, so I do need it to be a large one. And not just power. Not just for power. Midline, or do I push it out a bit? See if this is too close to the wheels. I'm a little worried it might be. Oh yeah, I knew you were talking about the grabby hands stuff, Edric. And I'll definitely include that too. Actually makes me wonder, does grabby hands have the ability to change its values using chat commands? Because if so, I can then put them in the same mod that sets up MES. Yeah, I really wish Keen would give us a 3x3 piston. Even if it only extends as much as the little piston, having a 3x3 so we can use piped cranes that have pistons would be fantastic. Yeah, I think that's pretty clear of the wheel. Like, if you look, the wheel doesn't actually line up with where the connector is, so that should be safe. I probably should do this differently, though. Just in case I want to put containers connected to this. Let's plan for the future and put this in instead. Yeah, paint gun. I would I will probably have to add paint gun stuff to the assembler when you find one, so you can use a paint gun later. Because yes, the paint gun should be vanilla. Paint gun should 100% be vanilla. If of any mod I play with, it is the most vanilla fitting, and it should just be a thing. Should just be vanilla. Change this back so I can connect up to the survival kit without doing weird piping. You need gravel to use paint gun, yes, but I can put gravel. I could actually. You don't need You don't need the paint gun to be in anything fancy. I can just put it in a loot profile, so you can just loot it. Okay. So, I'm now going to try and drive up alongside. I'm going to have to modify this connector, but I'm going to drive up alongside and I might build this, rather than continuing this construction, I'm going to build it off the back of the truck. And I eventually jump in. Got about there so that I can see where I need to get to. Height's the same, but I need this to stick out a bit further. So let's put a couple of frames. I'll just put a full thing on it. hopefully I can find some motors somewhere. Oh, apparently I'm carrying them all. This will release in several different mods. I decided to do this as multiple different mods because I realized early on that there are going to be aspects of this that people want and people don't want. Some people will want the full package, some people will want different stuff. Are there any motors anywhere here? And I didn't want to force anyone to play it exactly as I am. I wanted to give people options, and the only way to give people options was to release it as multiple different things. Which obviously has its downsides for ease of setup, but certainly has its upsides in terms of people being able to do things differently later on. This should work now. It's obviously a bit harder to connect to something sideways like this. Let's just grind off that rear connector. Sure it's empty. It is not. Oh, one thing first. This was suggested to me in some comments. Wait. Sure, you can sit there. Why not? There we go. Now I got a plushie on there. What was I doing? Who am I? Connectors. Alright. Yeah. Also, yeah, the Sneaky Sounds mod would be something that I would be very happy to have become just a vanilla setting. As in just let us set tool sounds, like generic groups of sounds, let us control them. But I think that might be too much control for what Keen want. Because once you start giving players that much control, menu design becomes a pain, and there's a whole lot of things that go along with that I can understand why they don't want to add, even though I personally would like it. There we go. We are locked. How's our battery looking? Oh, it's managed to get up to 62%. Nice. That's been going well while I've been blathering on about random things. Alright, let's get rid of this, and we're going to start it off the truck. Means it's going to go more semi-trailer style design, so we're going a bit like the Goose. Yeah, I think the partitioned approach is the right approach for this style of thing, because I know people have different ways that they would like to... Can I at least drag that? Okay, I may have made this too weak. I can't even pick this up. Can't even drag it. Let's just let's give me double and see if that's enough to drag it. Yeah, motors are heavy. Steel plate's heavy. Huh. Alien Pier, I would just like lightning to not damage. Just that should be the default. Lightning damage should have been a mod, not lightning damage off being the mod. Here we go, now I can drag it. That seems a bit more fair. Come on. Drag the thruster up the ramp. Push it. No. down the ramp. Come on. Come on. Oh, whatever. Good enough. Can I drag a gyro now? Yep. Can kind of drag a gyro. That's fine. Seems like 4,000 is about right. Yeah, the design of Lightning is just daft. I'm one of the last people to like point out things in Space Engineers that are done wrong, but Lightning is done wrong. Okay, so what I want to do here is give myself a nice hitch to work from. I can't really put it any further back than this, so it's not going to be much of a gooseneck, but at least it'll be a bit. So let's go... I think for style points I might start with an advanced rotor, 3x3 one. Oh, maybe not. That does make it a bit taller. I kind of want to keep this low. No, it's the same height, so that's fine. We'll go with that. But I think I might see if this one will actually let me put a mini advanced rotor part on it. Yep. Thought it might. Doesn't seem happy about it though, does it? Does anyone else think that looks unhappy? That's crooked. I don't think I'm going to stick with that. That is very crooked. So why have I got the ability to... I don't know how I feel about that. I don't like that. That's not good. Yeah, that was max displacement. Oh, hold up. Hold up. Have they actually fixed the... Did they ever fix the displacement on these? No, the displacement's back to front on the mini advanced rotors. They've never fixed that. Ah. Okay, I can fix this. We can do it this way. They never fixed that. Which is really annoying. I think I know why they didn't fix it, because they were worried they'd break people's builds. But it is a really annoying bug to have still in the game. Nope, it doesn't displace enough anyway. Okay, never mind. It was worth a try. The reason I'm not sold on this being the way of doing things is that I would then want to put a little hinge on this. And I think it's going to look strange. So I was going to put a little hinge and a little rotor. And that was going to be my hitch attachment. Because I think... while we could go with a large hinge, and it doesn't really change anything much. Like, it really shouldn't matter to me which type of hinge it is. That might put the hitch a bit too high. But it's just because it's gonna... yeah, that's gonna get in the way of the crane. That's too high. Alright, we'll just go with little ones. Little rotor. Little rotor. Little hinge. Get it to place. Come on. There we go. There's my hitch. Nice and simple. Lower it down like the cargo. Actually, maybe? Or... No, I think it's... No, I've done this wrong. Dang it. Dum-dum. That's not right, Splitsy. That's not right. Alright, let's weld these up so I can control them. What I've done wrong is the rotor for the rotation should be mounted like this. Like this. Because otherwise the hitch wasn't going to allow up and downward movement. It was going to be locked and not able to go down. Around. Actually, let's turn you around the other way, because it'll make it easier to set up limits. Oh. Oh, the hinge isn't complete. What am I doing? I made the hinge part, not the hinge. Yeah. There we go. So then we go with something like this on top to put the rotor attached to, and then it will do this hitch will do the things it's supposed to do. But am I like, is this too tall now? It's still below the crane height, so it shouldn't be a problem. And I do want a little bit of height because it means I can then jackknife, because this should clear the wheels in a lot of situations. Hopefully that'll work. Hey, Yuri. Oh dear, the codons are multiplying in chat. Kavak's at work. That's where he is. You know what? I'm gonna lift this a bit. Actually, I should go... How far out can I go before I get to the wheels? Go this way, we can kind of get an idea. What I'm thinking is, if I lift this a little bit, I can clear the wheels and jackknife more than if I don't try and lift it at all. So if I do something like this... Get there. Go where you are supposed to, rotten thing. It's looking alright. Then we can come down. Probably just keep dropping that down from that point, down to the deck height that it'll sit at. Where I need to attach the wheels to it. How low is that needing to go? It needs to go 2 blocks further down to be at the same height as the rover. One block further, looks like. What time of day is it for me? It is 8:51 in the morning. Alrighty. That should be a decent hitch. Then I can just extend this out, put a couple of wheels at the back. I'll have something nice and big to move. Now, unfortunately, I'm a bit in the survival maybe sort of situation here, in that this trailer is going to be unpowered, because I haven't found another programmable block at this stage. Oh, that's too high. So I can't use, with any ease, the subgrid wheel control script. Oh no, wait, I left it on one. No, don't do that. So... that's probably enough. I reckon that's long enough. But yeah, it means that I'm not going to get extra drive from these wheels if I end up loading this truck up with too much, this trailer up with too much mass. What's the gap I've got between these wheels? It's 5, wasn't it? Yeah. I think this will work quite well. This will give me like enough room to put a couple of large grid blocks on the trailer. And I guess, yes, you could use some of the data pads that I've found to store settings for a script. But I'm pretty confident that the scripts that I'm using are bigger than 1,000 characters. So I'd have to... I could just copy the settings part, but it all becomes very awkward. I'd rather just accept that I have this limitation for now. Feels weird to be able to do this in survival mode. That. And that. There we go. That's quite long. But hopefully not too long. First thing I'm going to do with this, before I forget to do it, is I'm going to place a piston. Where do I want to place the piston? Probably here. But I want it sort of higher than that. Let's give myself a bit of a ramp so I can climb up onto this thing. Yeah, I can extend off the back if I end up needing extra length. I can also potentially make at least a man-sized deployable ramp off the back, which might be handy later. Now for this, I think I will put landing gear on. But for the main truck, I'm not going to use landing gear stabilizers for the extra challenge. But since this is going to be the only way to lock this thing down, I'm going to need them. So they should be able to deploy low enough, I think. I wanted them high enough that they weren't going to interact with anything. Thank you, chat, for explaining to new people what's going on. Appreciate it. Oh, that's pretty perfect. Yeah. Just extends to full length. And it'll support it. Alright. Time to weld this thing up, and then I can go out and we can go find some more things. But, you know, perfectly as it went dark. So we might just do a little sleepy thing and not do it all in the dark. It is a shame pistons can't be used as shock absorbers. Or that we don't have a shock absorber block that has some weak piston functionality.
Energy low.
Now I've come to expect a time skip and a montage. Yes. I've trained you too well. Yeah, construction at night, salvage by day is how it should have happened. Ooh, I just had a thought. I don't think I can do it, but it would be an interesting additional challenge element. No locking stuff to your trailer.
Energy critical.
I don't think I'm going to do it because there'll be certain hills that you just wouldn't be able to go up, but that would be an interesting challenge. Come on, yep. The other wheels let me up, why won't you? Probably because you're not welded, and you have a different collision when you're not welded. It's going to be my guess. Yes, those thoughts can be very dangerous, that is true. Yeah. They can also be fun when they work. Sometimes. Oh, the welding with a basic welder.
No energy.
And no energy. Build a big basket with a lid? Yeah, but you're going to have to drive very carefully so you don't destroy stuff. Maybe we'll see how this trailer handles with landing gear. And if it does well, I'll let you guys decide whether I'm allowed to keep the landing gear. Because if it does poorly with the landing gear, it's definitely not going to work without them. Come on. There we go. You want to make sure that most of this is welded up. The bit that's joining the wheels together. How far can the crane reach back past the trailer? Good question. It should be able to reach the back of the trailer comfortably. It probably can't reach past the back of the trailer. Is my assumption. But based on how far I've reached with it before, it should be able to reach the back. Yeah, that's a fair point, Grey Goat. We do use tie downs in real life, so the mag block is the closest we've got to that in Space Engineers. What is the purpose of this vehicle? The purpose of this vehicle is to carry things so that I can build things. Maglock is like the evolution of a tie down? Yeah, it kind of is. Which sounded like a facetious answer about... Like, it sounded like a facetious answer of what this truck is for, but it's literally for that. I can't build things myself, so I have to carry them back home, which means I need a big truck that can carry things. And once I've welded up these blocks, I think that's probably enough welded on this if I'm using mag plates. Let's just join these last bits up so we don't have single pieces. To give all viewers a heart attack every time Splitsy looks like he's about to tip it. Yeah. I grew a little overconfident in my crane designs, thanks to Scavenger Hunt. Maybe? A little bit? Just a touch? Because, yeah, the Dongoose was extraordinarily effective. Oh, I hope I don't have any cursed wheels. Why'd you have to bring up cursed wheels, Tiff? Why? It seems like the 5x5s don't get cursed the same way that 3x3s do. In theory, I shouldn't need, any pistons at the back here because I've got this hinge here to lift up the whole rear of the trailer. Dragon Grey Man, I am currently standing, so you just made me have to stay up for longer. And I was just thinking about sitting down. Talk about timing. Stuff off the truck. Okay. Now I need to get that battery on. Where did I leave that battery? Over here. Whoop. Do 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 do. Now I just need a little couple of merge blocks or weld pads, and I'll stick this somewhere in the main deck, maybe. Yeah, maybe I'll put it in the actual middle bit. Let's do this then. If I'm going to be doing that, I need to put some more connections between these bits. Cursed wheels suck. It's really annoying. Because it doesn't seem to have a clear... I haven't been able to find any sort of cause for it. Not even anything that makes me go, oh, maybe it's this, so maybe I can avoid that? No, nothing. Just avoid 3x3s, basically. Commander Zem, I decided to add the mod because I realized I have I've proven to myself that it is possible without it. And then curiosity got the better of me when I was thinking about putting small batteries everywhere. So I was like, oh, all right, let's give it a go.
Energy
Yes.
low.
Thank you for the reminder. I will definitely set up limits on the hitch. The hinge. Well, it is a hinge, but I'll set up those limits shortly. You may need to remind me again before I actually drive off, because I'm going to focus on this for the moment. Okay, let's get this battery down. Stop trying to jump on the wheels when I've got a ramp. Do this. I think if I put merge block on there and merge block here. Yeah, the battery is slipping. Hopefully I can get this done in time. There we go. Do I have another battery lying around? I think I do. Lights on the trailer. Ah, yes, lights. I should probably have lights. Oh, the block is free floating. I see. Never mind. Thank you, Digi, for reminding me that that was detached. But yeah, let's grind these bits out. It's the same as I just did before because it seemed to work okay.
Energy critical.
Yes, there is a limit to what size I can carry of things, and I've drastically reduced it from the default. It's a quarter of the default. I have not yet learned how to control things with this, though. I think this version of this mod has, like, rotational controls, right? I thought? Oh, hold left mouse button, you can hold it and do it. Yep. So, the batteries may not be lined up at the moment, but...
No energy.
Power. But... when I get a third, if I line it up the same as the one on the opposite side, then it'll look fine, because the midline one is the different one. Yeah. See? Thoughts? Oh yeah, I probably could open my helmet. I am on Earth-like. Da-da-da-da-da-da. The cold... I think the cold has to be extreme to do damage. The regular cold doesn't. It just means your suit uses more power. Alright, we have that. Crane, trailer... piston? Why not? Sure. Now. Alright. Might put a couple of mag plates down along this. Hope that that works. Trailer piston jack. Yes. That's what I should call it. Crane, trailer, piston. Trailer, jack. Yeah. Works. Works for me. Oh, the cold was the reason I was Oh yeah, my suit did have O2, didn't it? You are right, the cold is the reason I was taking damage. Wow, I think that's the first time I've seen Capac being called carpet, but see you, KS Gamer. Cool. Now I need to fix the hitch. So, I think for this rotor, what I probably want is a lower limit of, like... Let's go minus... We'll try minus 65 for now, because I don't want it to come... Oh, we'll go minus 75. And we'll go 75 as the upper limit. Because I do want to be able to jackknife, but I don't want to be able to jackknife too far. This hinge should have a lower limit of probably no more than like 15, really. An upper limit of the same. And then this should be about the same as well. Limited to about 15 degrees either side. So I don't want too much roll, but I need a little bit. Toggle you off. Might give you a touch of braking torque though. You off. Same touch of braking torque. Just enough that it's gonna resist some instant movements a tiny bit. Don't know if it makes any real difference. So, you guys talking about the pressurized advantages helmet stuff. Keen's in a really bad spot with making changes to that. If Keen brings in something that makes it worse to have your helmet shut, that'll annoy anyone who doesn't care about pressurized environments. If they bring in something that gives an advantage to having your helmet open, the game's not really hard with your helmet closed currently, so it'd just be super overpowered. So they're kind of trapped, I think. And there's not really a lot they can do. It would take a big change to the game, and it would have to be like... In some ways, it'd be a bigger change to the game than the survival overhaul was. That would have been their opportunity to do it if they were interested in doing it. Cool. We've got a crane truck with a trailer now, which means it's probably time for me to go enable creative mode. Actually, I don't know if I need to do that, but we're going to go and delete all of the existing grids and make some new ones spawn in. Wait. That's... Wait, is that the one at my... Oh well, whatever. We're going to do them all fresh. All fresh grids. Make sure I can get the new stuff. Add lights. Ah, yes, I'll do that after I clean this up. Good point. Just... That's a lot of things already. Oh no, I don't know which one's where. Oh, I need to rename my grids. Hang on. If I'm going to do that, we need to rename this grid. Home hangar. That'll help. Can I rename you? Broken Jalopy. Hopefully none of these are named anything. Medium cargo. Oops. Didn't hit OK. Dang it. I still, after all these years, hit enter instead of OK when doing that. No. Why not own this grid enough? Huh. Okay. Alright, let's go for a quick cleanup. So it should be anything NPC SY. Let's just get rid of all the fences first. So that'll trim the list a lot. Now we'll get rid of the billboards. Get rid of all of this. We'll get rid of those. Let's just make sure. Check the hangers before I do it. That is not my hanger. That is not my hanger. Okay. Probably should have saved before I did this. Yeah, that should be good. There's going to be a whole bunch of small grids, but I'll just leave them for now. Looks like we're pretty clear. All the things that are mine are still here. That's good. Alright, sweet. Now I can drive around and we can get new stuff. Yeah, so because I updated the mod this week, I needed to get rid of the old existing spawns so that we get only the new stuff that's got the new loot, and we can actually assess the status of the changes I made. If I left the old stuff there, we'd be kind of getting a mixed picture, which is obviously less than ideal. Okay, let's add some lights. Oh, I'm in creative mode. Bah, go away. I don't have MA spotlights. I don't have the high power spotlights in the mod list. I've just got the high-powered searchlight that I made, which I'm still tempted to add extra thing to it that alters the spotlight to have longer range as well, the regular spot, so it has more range. I've held off on doing it because I worry that if I do that, it'll potentially mess with some other people's mods that they use. But it would just be really nice to have them both in the same mod. Searchlight is the real MVP. Kinda. Can't argue with that. Searchlight is very helpful. More testing required, I think, and I said earlier there are a few things I feel I need to add to the mod before I want to release, like assemblers. All right, that'll do for now. I'm not going to put tail lights on just yet. Oh, well, might as well. Might as well put a couple on. Just for now. There are some weapons on some of the spawns, but they're very, very rare. And you shouldn't get easily shot by them. Let's go check out this unknown signal. Start driving around and start getting some new spawns. Test out the trailer. No, you guys can't spawn things in. However, Nev is working on a mod that you guys will be able to do stuff direct from chat. As in, I'm gonna potentially try a series where you guys can control all the MES spawns that I see. And this thing's basically useless to me, but it might have a better tool in it, so let's check. Oh. Yeah, good point. I should clear out my GPSs. Delete, 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 delete. Delete, 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 delete. Done. Got my home base. That's the only one I need. Arguably, there were others that I needed to keep, but I think it'll be fine. Oh. Alright, another one to slap on somewhere. Pop this on the trailer to match the other ones that are there. Especially on the crane head. It might get in the way. I didn't bring any bits with me, did I? I think I put them away. Yeah, alright. So we're not going to be able to attach that battery just yet, so I'm just going to pop it up here. There we go. Let's do some driving. Actually, what I was thinking of doing, because it's going to make it really hard for me to find stuff and I'll just drive around and find it, I'm going to do a bunch of spawns. There we go. We've replaced all the things that were missing. Possibly. And I'm just going to drive around. Yeah, let's head in that direction. That seems close-ish. See what we find. Hopefully find something interesting. Hopefully find one of the new spawns so I can show you guys what I worked on. Well, yes, random gen, it could just spawn all the same thing. Could just be fences everywhere. It's possible. Alright, we got something up ahead. What do we have? Oh, a hangar, I think. That could be good. What have we got in this hangar? Thanks, bad boy. Thanks for the Prime sub. What do we have here? That looks like it might be a battery. That is a battery. That is a warfare battery. Yes. Ooh. And a rifle with the actually correct ammo. Bonus. Medium cargo container. Let's see what's inside. Still more grids. Definitely need to reduce the number of grids you get. What's up here? Whole lot of nothing. Okay. What's inside the shipping container? Ooh. Oh. Oh, yep. Medical component. Med kit, power kit, some magazines and space credit. Oh! Oh! Well, that wasn't done on purpose. I just got 4 medical components. Huh. Might need to reduce that. That's a bit generous. I see. I don't really have a use for a cryo tube, so I'm going to grind them down and hope I find myself another survival kit so I can put one on the base. Yeah, it does. This does seem shady. I will agree. Thanks, Mr. Freehugs. Yeah, this this very much looks totally staged, but was definitely not. Should probably go up there and grind this off. Yeah, this hangar is a killer find. Oh wait, I'm gonna have to. Hope I've got some power kits back at home. I might need to grind down a couple of engines to really take control of this battery. Hello. I'll just cut it loose. Oh, I can't. I have to own it first. Dang it. Let's see how few cells I can destroy. Because I'm going to have to take ownership of this at some point. One cell. That might be good. Let's... Got a little GP thing here. I think I'll just take the container off. Tipping. These bits off. This should come off nice and easy. Hey. What the? I was pressing the wrong key. That's why that didn't work. I don't know why my brain broke that way. That is weird. Alright, so those are the 2 things I want to take, and I want to put them on the trailer. The other bits I'm just going to grind out. Because I don't want the cryopods. I want their medical components, though. Just leave them there. Any solar on the roof? No. No, this one doesn't have any. I'll be back in just a sec. Need to take a quick bio break. And then we can start craning these blocks onto the trailer. Yeah, if I could drag the large grid battery with the grabby hands, I'd be very unhappy. Good, I can't. Can drag that though. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah. Alright, let's drive up to this battery and get it hooked up. I feel like I feel like if I was setting this up so people always played with the grabby hands mod, that I would potentially make medium cargo containers heavier, so that you have to use a crane for them. So it feels a bit odd being able to drag around something that big. Like, and they're fairly easy to make heavy. You just add more components to them. Go. Straighten the wrist out a bit. You shouldn't be containers do get their mass from their contents, so you should not be able to drag around a full container, no. I'll see if there are any like motors and stuff in the remaining pieces that are in that Jeep, but I'll probably not strip it down too much because there's not a lot there that I need. Okay, there goes that ammo that I accidentally dropped on top. Now I can grab it. Let's swing around this way. Bring it right in when I swing it around so I don't tip. Because batteries are heavy. I still haven't built any sort of stabilizer pistons. Oh, missed. Can you imagine me doing something like this if I was playing first person only? Ugh. That would go so badly. Thanks, Existence. Thanks for 8 months. Thanks, Mr. Free Hugs, for the random bits. Just a big empty Pelican case. Oh! Not too heavy. Okay, I didn't think about that bit of the crane, but that's kind of fun. Let's hop out before I make too many people motion sick. Oh yeah, I'll check the wreck quickly. There's motors in this, which I want. Anything in the cockpit I want? Nope. What about this one? This one's got another motor. That looks like everything I want from there. And I've gotten all the good bits from that. There's no... May as well grab the small steel tubes from there. There's nothing else left in there. I grabbed all the good bits from that one too. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. Alright. Let's keep driving then, I suppose. Or should I take that battery home first? I should probably take it straight home. That battery's important. See if I have any power cells at home. Oh, got such a good spin going on the crane. And check it out. Swingy, swingy. Yeah, I saw a post on Reddit of someone's ship that they built on a first-person only server, and it had basically a crane arm with a camera up where my camera currently is. Which is, you know, dedication to third person. Yeah, set up a crane arm with the park script on it so you can move the camera around as well. Ooh, do I get distracted? No, I'll just head off into those hills. I'll try and remember. No distraction yet. Okay. So where do I put this battery? Doesn't really matter. Let's go have a look. First off, I need to make sure I've hacked it. Which means I hope I've got a power cell in here somewhere. Do I? I don't. Well, that was a colossal waste of time. I did not need to come home. I don't even have a power cell anywhere anyway. I'm going to have to go and find myself a... I'm going to need to find myself a brain. That's what I'm going to need to find myself. Hydrogen engine. Thank you. That's what I'm going to need to find. Ugh. I'm going to try and consolidate this inventory because it's kind of annoying having it spread across multiple grids. I thought I did pick up some... Oh, there are. In a small cargo container on this. The 3. There we go. It's a small cargo container on this thing. Ooh. Almost broken small cargo container. Alright, let's hope this is hacked. Yay, it is. It's mine. All mine. So there was another suggestion I was given about stuff to do here that I'm kind of keen to do, which is bury that engineer. So I'm going to try and figure out a way to do that. Haven't come up with one that I think would work just yet. But there might be a way. Because you can't grab them properly. They don't have proper oh, it's full. Okay, maybe that wasn't my best idea. Alright, so what I need to do now is move that large battery somewhere over here and then just build 2 merge blocks for it. I'm not really going to be fussed about where I put it. I think I'll just put it somewhere. And we can always do some rearrangements of this base later if it ends up being something I feel is necessary. I could probably repair the door, yes. I just haven't bothered. Yeah, I probably should put the tools and stuff not in the cargo. They don't need to be. I don't even really need to keep the spare tools. They don't actually do anything. Okay. I'm going to need to put controls in for these. Bed plates. So that I can switch lock for them. That's not what I wanted to do. I wanted to do this. Spin this around a little bit. See if I can get this to just merge with magnets. Use the power. I've totally... That's not even remotely aligned. What have I done? Whatever. It'll be fine. I'll figure it out. I was about to say use the power of magnets, but I don't have the power of magnets because I put it in the wrong spot. That there. That there. And then I can just use the crane to push this into place. Make a mausoleum for him. Yeah, maybe. Still tubes out. Like I did pick some up. Alright, that should allow me to now lock that down, and then I can go out hunting for some more stuff. He does it. Done. Okay, cool. Let's go find some more cool things. I'll grind these off, actually. Put medical components in a safe spot. Yeah, I probably should. Oh, I should also get that small battery in place as well. I can probably take this off. I haven't been bothering adding these to the truck just yet, because I haven't really filled up the cargo on it, but I will do that at some point. I'll add them to the truck and fall off the other side. Put them there. Punch block. Oh. Then auto lock off, switch lock, grab you. Now let's see if I can rotate this and see it to make people happy. Nope, because I've grabbed it from the wrong spot. If I put the merge block on here, which it's not going to let me. That should do. If I get this wrong, we're all just going to have to live with it. Wow. The spinning is interesting to control because it's still a bit elastic. Oh. Oh. Hello? Why you no merge? Merge! Why you no merge? What? Huh? Huh? That's weird. That's real weird. on the bottom of this, is there? Nope. The light doesn't have collision, so it shouldn't be having any impact. Huh. Very odd. That's what I get for cheaty hands. Yeah, thanks, Nev. Sure. Blame it on the cheaty hands. Yeah, let's see if it's an ownership thing. It could well be an ownership thing. Yep, ownership thing. Yeah, it was ownership. That's always ownership, isn't it? There we go. Does this make people feel better about the batteries? Should do. Those who are worried about the symmetry. Those who wanted asymmetry, it probably makes you upset. Cool. Driving time. That's all the things off back. Let's go. I was going to go up into these hills. Up in them thar hills. As daylight is getting close. My trailer deck is effectively complete. I don't need to put a whole bunch of armor plate in there. I'm also inclined to potentially do anything with that. Maybe not on stream because of having to weld up each block with a low tier welder. I would like to try and add some style to this truck at some point. Especially since I can move things around a bit more easily. Are there... Oh yeah, I haven't mounted the extra plushie on there, have I? Only got the one on it. What have we got here? Ooh. What have we got here? This is something you guys haven't seen yet. Broken down power poles with a landing gear. Ignore the landing gear. The landing gear was so that this doesn't clang out and cause performance problems. But yeah. These are more decoration than useful because they're just steel plate. There's another broken one up here. There's possibly another one around here somewhere. I have them spawn fairly far apart. Well, let's keep driving. See what else I come across. Thought something was over here. See something just on the horizon. A couple of pixels of it. Come on, bagel shop. I've been toying with some shop designs. I haven't liked any of the ones I've come up with yet. Looks like it might be like a pipe section, maybe? Oh no, it's a highway section. Ooh. In a better position to take advantage of these this time. get up there? Let's figure that out first, because those are a couple of vehicles that might have some good stuff on them. Grind some of this off. I can turn it into a ramp. Got a jalopy up here with a drill in the back. Well, that's not helpful. Ooh! Oh, that is, though. That's a battery. It's the first battery I've found. First large, small grid battery I've found. Be taking that with us. So a lot of the buildings that I'd like to do kind of end up with a footprint that's too large at ground level, and as you know, as a lot of you probably know by now, MES tries to look for relatively flat ground, but Space Engineers doesn't really have perfectly flat ground, so there's always going to be some unevenness. And if you make something that's got too large of a footprint,
Inventory
that
full.
looks super awkward when you find it. So you need to put things on stilts or other mechanisms like that to try and hide the fact that the ground is uneven and it looks weird. And that's why big shops that are mostly at ground level are something that I struggle with coming up with a design that I like for. There's no point mounting a grinder on the end of a crane because it wouldn't be able to transmit the stuff from the crane, from the welder or grinder, because pistons are small, so most of the things wouldn't be able to be passed through. Let me drag this a little. Nope. That's good. Alright, what's in this thing? Ooh! Well, that's convenient. Hello, so... Oh, is that another battery? That is another battery. Okay, that's too many batteries. Come on. Well, survival kit for home. That's nice. Yeah, definitely too generous. Cannot detach enemy blocks. Poop. How am I going to do this? I might have to take the whole truck. I'll take the whole thing. I'll just bring it all back as a single... Uh-oh. Don't like falling in a ditch up here. I'll bring the whole thing back. Or I'll grind around it. Could do that too. Fine, I'll do that. That makes a lot more sense. I mean, these batteries are broken, so having found them, I still have to find more power cells. Or hydrogen engines so I can get the power cells. So they're a great find, but there's more required. Take the whole highway, what could go wrong? Don't tempt me. I might do it. Yeah, I don't have enough power cells to build either of these batteries up. And hacking the batteries will require destruction of more power cells. Ugh. Which is a bit annoying. Was I able to detach the other battery but not this one? That's That's weird, right? Because I didn't get ownership of the other battery. So, what... I'll explain how this little point of interest works. The highway spawns, and it's a random one of the types of highways that I've made. Then it spawns 2 random vehicles. So, the vehicle list is actually quite long, the ones that are there. And the chances of you having 2 batteries in this should be fairly low. Because there are a lot of vehicles that I've got that have next to nothing in them. And maybe I need to make more ones that have next to nothing in them so that the likelihood of this happening is... Ooh. Hello. I didn't see you before. Little hydrogen tank hiding in there. I want you because you've got hydrogen in you. Because you're not broken. Yeah, it's weird the first battery was neutral. 39.6%. Yeah, that's some hydrogen. I still want it. Oh, every time I think about hydrogen, it's hard not to think of Capac's reply to me way ages ago when I was talking about hydrogen. Can't remember exactly why I asked him this, but I was like, and what was in the Hindenburg? Thinking he was going to reply hydrogen, and he replied Germans. I might leave those 2 attached, actually. So that'll make them easy to move. I was so taken aback that it's one of those comments that's always stuck with me. So the way that taking ownership works is
Energy low.
the hack line doesn't work, basically. You need to take it down to a build stage below the hack line. A lot of blocks, the hack lines do work, but a lot of them, it doesn't. So that's probably where people are getting confused with where it's working and where it's not. It used to be if you took it below the hack line, it would become yours. But it seems you need to take it below the hack line and a build state. Because some of them, it gets weird. I think it's related to the position of the computers in the stack of components, but I'm not 100% sure whether that's working as intended, because I think it's intended to be that, but I don't know if it's actually that. Yeah, it's less of a line and more of a suggestion. Oh, I can't wait to find a better grinder. That will be a good day. Maybe I should get rid of some of the metal grids that are in the loot table and put some put some more grinders in there. Yeah, I've set up my loot containers so they're working now. I haven't messed with unknown signals for this. I've done it in the past, but I haven't messed with them for this. Oh, I think this is lost ownership. Oh! Oh! Huh. It's... Oh my gosh! How have I never connected those dots before? if you have a grid with no computers, the grid no longer has ownership, which means you can then just take ownership. I now own this battery. The battery's mine. Because I owned all the computers on the grid, and this battery has no computers in it, so I can just change its ownership state. And the same happened over here. Once I disconnected everything from this, the survival kit, there were no computers here, so now I can own it. I'm going to have to mess around with that and see just how you can mess with that. Because that's potentially game-changing in how we approach hacking grids. Because then you grind down all the computers on the grid and take ownership. Potentially. I don't know if it's 100% that way, but that seems suspicious. Like it's possible. Oh, I learn stuff all the time, Glitch. After 5,000 hours, I still learn stuff all the time. That's why I love Space Engineers. It's one of the reasons, anyway. Like 5,000 hours of playing this game and I can still learn stuff. It's pretty cool. Or it's an indictment on my learning abilities. I'm not sure which. It could be that. I mean, yeah, some of it is just stuff that gets changed or the behavior's changed over the years, so I've learned one thing and then I've had to learn something different. That is true. So we can grab this battery this way. There we go. I have a grinder pit on the trailer. Hey, thanks, Trade on Marks. Thank you for 15 months. Grinder pit on the trailer. That sounds familiar somehow. Why does that sound familiar? I had one of them once. Didn't work out so well. Oh, so much spinny. Well, I can definitely reach the back of the trailer. It's not super easy to, but I can definitely reach it. Right. I need to name these landing gear so I can lock them and switch lock them and do stuff with them from the crane controls. So we have trailer, bed. I think this is the rearmost one. 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, yeah. Just copy those settings. Just name them. Name each of them. That way I can switch lock and manually control stuff. Yep. You need a small cargo on the crane to hold the bath bags. Well, yeah, fair. I mean, it wasn't. I feel like it's gotten worse since last time. Or maybe I'm just more aware of it. But it feels like the crane's rocking around more than it was last time. Alright, so let's go 4, switch lock, 3, switch lock, 2, switch lock, and 1. Then we can lock there, unlock there, and go pick up the next bit. Oh. Yeah. Oh. Seeing through my head. Comfortable. Oh. Okay. Locked. Lift. Don't destroy the battery in the hydrogen tank, which would be very awkward. The rotor on the control platform is deliberately free spinning, Myself and chat thought it would be funny at the time, and I've left it since. I might need to put more braking torque on it so it doesn't swing for quite so long. Lock and unlock. Okay, maybe I do need a bed on my trailer, because putting small grid stuff on here, I could totally carry more than just 4 things. With ease. Survival kit. It's more exciting with a wobble. It's true, I don't need a full bed, but I do want to style it so it looks like a nice big semi-trailer with a flatbed. Lock. That worked out very neatly. I'll go up and see if there are any components I want to quickly grab from the remaining bits up there, but otherwise we can get moving. Go somewhere else. Would a basket work for small grid stuff? It'd be bad on hills. It would work, but it wouldn't work well. Alright, gotta check the thing. Check if there are components up here that I want. Anything in these? No. Can grab these motors, probably. They're useful. Appears to be all. Is there anything in that? A couple of old steel tubes. We'll take those. And yeah, that's all the good stuff, I think. Has this wheel's got something in it? No. Alright, cool. Oh, I'm properly mechanically restricted from building stuff. There is stuff that is impossible to place. I have modded the game so that you don't have stuff in the G menu. I'm going to leave the grids this time. I'm not going to do the deletions. I think... What? I was thinking about it. I'm like, if I delete the grids, it allows something else to go there. Obviously, if this was a server setup, I would have them being deleted after a certain time frame or something. But for this being single player, I kind of like that it's going to push me to move further away from my base. There's a billboard over there. I wonder if there's anything near it. I'll go check it out in a sec. See what type of unknown signal this is first. Pipe that's annoying to hit the button on. What? What? Isn't that the only button on these ones? It's broken. I think it might be broken. Oh no, there's another button. Is that another button there? That is another button there. Come on. Flip you over. The button that was exposed when I walked up to it. Because, of course it was. Those computers. Bits from that. I'm not bothering with keeping small cargo containers because they're just... There's not a lot to them. Yeah, that'll work. There's not a lot that makes them worthwhile. Also, I guess another reason for me to not worry about cleaning up the grids is if I make any other changes, I'll be doing a big mass grid deletion anyway. So I can just do it all in bulk rather than doing it one by one. Let's go check out this thing over here. Have I ever messed with safe zones to launch grids? My experience with safe zones is that when I mess with them, the game crashes. The sort of messing I have done with safe zones, the game has crashed every time I've done it. The first time I started messing with safe zones, my house lost power. Huh. Has something broken, or have I somehow lost Nev's mod on this? Weird. I was wanting to go up to the screen because those are LCDs that are backing that. I wanted to see if I could get something out of it. By forcing a grid split. Okay. Ah. So don't grind from the bottom, grind from somewhere in the middle and it's more likely. I see. Looks like these don't have anything good in them. Delete that. Because... no, I'm going to leave it. It's a caltrop. I've got to be careful. Let's see what else we can find. Yeah, so nothing will spawn within one... I think I've got it set to 1.8 kilometers of another grid. The default being 2.5 kilometers. Oh, the mod only looks for grid splits and then tries to update them. Yep. That's fair. That's fair enough. At least it means I've got an idea, like I now know how to approach it. There's something up here. Where is the something? That looks like the something. It's like a section of pipe, maybe? Or any other sections of pipe around here that we can see? No. Cannot see any. Plonk. I think I was grinding the ladder because I was looking at chat. Oh well.
Inventory full.
Oh, I am not going to find that piece in the grass, am I? Nope. Well, that's going to be there for a while. Oh, there's something else over there. Or was that the bit... Wait, is that the bit of highway I was just at? Probably. Does look like it is. Oh. 3.7 Ks. Let's roll. Fly like the wind. So there's a... If I make GPSs for every grid I've visited, my HUD is just going to be covered with them, which will then mean I'll turn them off, which will mean there's no point in making them. So I just decided that there was no point in making them. So it's... yeah. Also, something that I should probably mention is... So... oh, jeez. Oh, there's more power line. Nev's mod to update grids to make them mobile is now public. He accidentally had it as unlisted last week, so you should be able to find it now. Don't think that was the thing that I saw spawn in. Oh, here we go. Here's another highway bit. What do we have here? Let's see what these have on board. I'm going to need to do the same trick before and make another ramp. Let's make it on the same side as my truck this time, just to save myself a little bit of effort. No engine or anything in the front of that. This thing looks pretty wrecked. Much to find here in that one. What about this truck over here? With its detached wheel. Ooh, cryopods. With nothing in it. With, oh, 2 medical components in it. And nothing. That appears to be all that is of use over here. Force dynamic grids. There you go. That's what it's called. So the thought I had in my head when I was making these highway sections was just that stereotypical scene in so many zombie movies where there's like burnt out husks of vehicles on a section of road that look like they've been picked clean. Grab these suspensions. Juicy bits in them. Yeah, the mod's no longer unlisted. Nev's made it public. He intended to. It's just there's a mod out there that's used for batch uploading or uploading mods that for some reason won't the workshop's having issues with. So there's a thing you can use to upload mods to the workshop outside of Space Engineers, and it defaults things to unlisted, which is kind of handy. Moist isn't always bad. Moist cake is delicious. You don't want dry cake. Dry, crumbly cake. Ugh. Now I want cake. Fortunately, the best thing I think I've got in the fridge at the moment is muffins. So yesterday I posted on Twitter that next week I'm going to finally, after having owned it for 9 years, take some time and actually play The Long Dark. And they've sent me a message that there was a third option to the ones that I hadn't considered. I've been debating between playing the Wintermute storyline on stream first or playing the survival mode. But I thought, because I'm going to need people to tell me how to do things, because there's going to be stuff that I will misinterpret. If I play the story, there's a high chance people will unintentionally spoil stuff. And I was like, oh, is that too risky? Should I play the survival mode instead? And it seems most people are suggesting I play the survival mode first, which I think makes a lot of sense. But they've said there's another option that I hadn't considered. The developers. Hails from the Far Territory. I am not seeing anything out this way. So I might have to look into that. Yeah, next week I'm going to do that in the time slot that I had been playing Kerbal Space Program. Turn around. I am now almost 7Ks from base. Toss some frosting on the muffins and you've got cupcakes. Not sure I'm down with... muffins are a bit different to cake. It's... Where are they? I think they often have less eggs, maybe? I haven't touched any of the... Oh, there was something there. What was there? I haven't touched any of the ore distribution stuff, so the boulders have stuff in them, everything still lies in the ground, but you just can't do anything with it, so... I figured, since I completely made it impossible to do anything with it, there was no reason for me to modify it. Yeah, I think the eggs make so more eggs as a ratio to the flour tends to lead to a lighter thing, but it could also be the raising agent used. Oh, are you pointing at something? No, you're not pointing at... Are you pointing at something? Spotlight? No, you're just pointing randomly off to the side. Okay. No, they're not English muffins. English muffins are definitely bread. A different type of bread. So I can see in the distance over there, I can see the power lines. So I might try hug this side and see when I can get down. Oh, the eggs are higher in a muffin, are they? I wondered if you were still in chat, PM Nutrition. I figured you would have the answer. Although with most culinary things, there are fewer definitive answers to things. Oh well, I guess I'll head home, drop this stuff off, and maybe... Oh no, there we go, there's a turbine. There's a little farming thing with a shed and stuff. Let's go check that out. Ooh. Making my little gyro work overtime. Alrighty. Ooh, warhead. Nice. I want the explosives. That noise makes me glad that was the first thing I ground off. Yeah, grids are showing up everywhere. Programmable block. Programmable block. Yeah. Please don't explode before I get it. There we go. That worked. If only this wasn't the easiest way for making this work, I would so... if I was starting the mod again, I might be tempted to make these small grid things spawn inside using special grid offset things, but the way that I do it is much easier. The way that I currently do it. Shall I bring this turbine back? Probably should I. Not far from home. Take it back, head home, drop off all the bits. Maybe build out my flatbed a bit bigger so I can carry more stuff. To take that way. Try and grab this properly on one, like aligned to it properly. Then go extend. Too far. So now learning what Nev's explained, I need to do this. Now it goes loose. But if I'd ground this one off first, it wouldn't have. Have I estimated a release date? No, because every time I do that, I end up failing to meet it. I've mentioned a couple of times today what I'm thinking of in terms of what needs to be done for this to be for me to consider this complete. And one of the big things is making sure that the loot table is right. And one of the other big things is making sure that the that I've got the assembler grids in so that you can find assemblers. But yes, I do know people are really keen, that there are a lot of people really keen to play with it, and I do want to give it to you guys as soon as I feel it's not going to just be people in the comments constantly being like, there's so many bugs. Well, that doesn't work well. Sure, that's safe. Let's do it. Let's drive. Let's drive. Oh wait, no, I need to move my crane into a more stowed position. Oh. So that crane is going to hit that. Far. That'll do. Alright, here we go. What? Oh, hang on. Let me see. Can I get a thumbnail shot out of this? Let's actually come back a little bit further, go back out of the ground. A bit more field of view. I need to move back a bit. Too close. I'm too close. So the reason I do these thumbnails is the YouTube VODs get thumbnails. If I do them at the time I'm making cool stuff, it means I don't have to go back and make new cool stuff, which I sometimes have to do for the thumbnails. It's just recreate a scene that I already did. Okay, that'll do. Something like that'll work. Probably, and if it doesn't, I'll just make a new one. Alright, let's go. Let's drive. What could possibly go wrong here? I'm only 1.6 k's away as well. It's amazing. Oh yes, don't forget to put the giant red arrow on the... No thanks. I do my thumbnails my way because I dislike playing too many of YouTube's games. Hence the whole lack of me ever saying those horrible, horrible words that D would put up all around the Wrong Way Up rover. Okay. I think I'm bring this back a bit here, can probably build a little connection out and probably stick it out about here somewhere. Yeah, I might just do it simply. I'll try and put whatever I'm going to do here, I'm going to put it relatively in the ground. Why is my brain not hitting the right key? If I do that and then go with little slabby bits. Another one. And then another 4 block. And then we can stack it on there. That'll work. I'm deliberately putting it at a distance that I just think might look nice. I wasn't counting for maximal effectiveness. Yes, exactly, K-Gober. Exactly. There was a channel that I used to watch because they used to do some really interesting breakdowns of how they make commercials, as in videography style stuff, and they've got some good tutorials on that topic from just a more pragmatic sense than a lot of the very film artsy sort of things that are out there. And their take on it was, please don't subscribe to us, we have enough. Please subscribe to X instead. Which half the time would be some massive, obnoxious person. But I just prefer not to do it at all. Merge block in the ground. Splitting the king of shameless non-promotion. Yep. That's me. I definitely have not done myself any favors with my lack of ability to comfortably do some of those things, but I don't really want to change. Now this is locked onto number 1. To lower this down and get that turbine though. What if I do this? Like it'll work. There we go. There are plenty of subscriptions on YouTube. I don't think they matter anymore. I don't think they've mattered for a long time. I don't think YouTube particularly cares because the algorithm now just shows you stuff whether you subscribe to it or not. Probably being daring, trying to build this at this sort of range from my truck. Yeah, it is a nice bookmark, and I know for my use, I actually do spend time going to my subscriptions tab to make sure I've seen the videos from the channels that I regularly watch, everything they do. Oh, hit the wrong button. Oh, man. Oh, man. I'm so lucky that didn't tip over and smash my truck. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Phew. Let's move the truck a bit closer. This is an awkward distance to work at. I did not press P. I'm not some kind of inhuman monster. I pressed 1. I was meaning to press 3. Thanks, Duke Skyloafer. Thanks for the Prime sub. Yes, I did just drive around with this dangling off the side. Because I'm clever. I'm smart. Yes, more luck than brain, exactly. That's me. Wrong cockpit. Whatever I do in a redesign for this, I really need to make an easy way to get to this crane cockpit. This helm. Close. Oh. Thank you, magnets. Alright, that's not too bad. Nope. Oh, yep, we're there. Yay! Winner! I don't think I deserved to have that lock, but I'm taking it. I'm the only one who's hit P just to imagine Splitsy having a fit. No, Capac's done. Definitely. Whoa! Nomus! Holy... Thank you so much for the 10,000 bits. Wow. Thank you very, very much. And thank you. I'm excited for the mini-me to arrive. Terrified as well. But excited. Okay, let's get this survival kit in place. Splitsy's shed AC fund. Yup. Apparently I don't own that battery. Interesting. Interesting. And annoying. Thanks, 75. Yeah, I'm gonna have to figure out what I can do here. I didn't realize. Wait. Oh, you're owned by nobody. Ah, that's better. Now you're owned by me. Now the spotlight won't shine on you. You can keep yourself secret. If I put a little weld pad on the back of that, then we decide where I'm going to put it on to here. I can then move that, and we've got a second programmable block. Should I try and wrangle it into? Oop, oop, oop. Suppose I could try and put it next to the other one that's there. See if I can manage to actually get it in there. I think that's going to be a struggle, though. I'll give it a go. Hey, thanks, Ophiuchus. Unlock. Let's see how this goes. Huh? No, don't jump that far. Just a little jump. Just a little jump. Thank you. Let's just... Oops. Let's just drop it. Yep, that works. Ooh. Oh, come on. You know you want to get in there. Come on. Yep. Yay! Yay! I can put the subgrid wheel control script on if I want to. I don't need to right now, so I'm not going to, because I'll probably end up burning my power unintentionally. But I can if I want to. That was ridiculously easy as well. I'm not going to put this on the truck just yet. I'm just going to keep this for safe storage. Let's pop it inside. Then I need to use the crane to move these other bits. Go. Yeah, at some point I've got to mess around with the driver assistance script, but it's just not something I've ever messed with, so I don't really have experience with getting it to do what I want it to do. And I tend to lean quite heavily toward scripts I'm familiar with when I'm on stream. Just so you guys don't have to cope with too much of me figuring things out by reading through reams of text. I think its setup is pretty straightforward, but just in case it's not doing something I want it to do or doing something I don't want it to do. That is number 2, I think. Survival kit. Yeah, I've heard quite a few people say they didn't like some of the things that the DAS script does. It seems to me like it's one of those scripts that almost does more than you want to sometimes. If you're someone who's used to having more control, that can be difficult to cope with. Shoving everything into my workshop, wherever it can go, I don't really care. Cool. You Can't do anything with what DAS decides friction should be. Yeah, that might be troublesome for me. It may not be. I haven't messed with it. I know a lot of people really like it though, because it is kind of one of those one-click done things. And I think it does some stuff trying to do... It does some stuff trying to do Ackerman's steering, doesn't it? Or having some vague attempt at it. Workshop needs a gantry crane to lift stuff off the trailer. Yeah. Yeah, I'd like to do something like that. I'm not sure the hangar's big enough for the size of the crane truck to then have a gantry crane over it. I think I need like a working area. For it all. Maybe I need to start thinking along those lines. How we might do that. Boneyard effect is one of the cool things about this style of playthrough. Absolutely agree with that. I'm thinking that it might be nice, even though it's not ideal, it might be nice to make this bed of the trailer a little lifted, because I could put these batteries in the trailer. I should probably add at least one extra one to the truck, but for the extra mass on the trailer when it's unloaded so that it doesn't bounce around too much. It could be helpful. And here's my pile of hydro thrusters. Yeah. Thank you, Kitsu. Thank you very much for the 10 gift subs. Is the turret control block in the banned list? Yes? No? Yes. Gotta find them. You can find them though. Alright, I've emptied off. Let's just go hunting for some things while I think about what I want to do with this base. And what I want to do with this truck. It's functional for now, so we can go try and find some goodies. Yeah, thank you everyone for your very kind generosity. I can go buy some nappies with it. Oh, I see a turbine. I see a turbine. I really like the power poles. I am so glad they turned out as well as they did. Like that's just the picture. To me that just feels like open space and go buy some cake. I could go make a cake. Wait, is that power pole, or is that something else there? I don't know. Oh, there's more over there. Ooh. Okay, let's see what's at this one, and then we'll go to the other one as well. There is a fallen version of the power pole. It's kind of half fallen. I kind of made it look like it had sheared apart in the middle. Let's line this up. May as well grab this one while I'm here. I think once I've got the 6 of these, I kind of might start leaving these behind and not worrying about them too much, because I've seemed to have found enough. Which means I also think I may have to reduce the spawn numbers if this wasn't a stream series. This was... I think the default settings I've got now might be too generous for everything. I feel like you find too much stuff. Back to the cockpit and drive forward a little bit, because I didn't line that up very well. all the way back. Yeah, I had fun doing the streams to build most of these builds. I've been doing them mostly just in my chill time, where I'm just sitting at my computer not really thinking about much more recently. Because I found that I'm a bit more rapidly productive. But I do miss having the extra suggestions from you guys in chat when I'm doing the designs. Because there are some ideas that I definitely miss that can work quite well. I might actually keep this upright to put it on the trailer, because I've got more of these. More things to collect. No, wrong way. This is not nerve-wracking at all. Not at all. Jeez. How am I lined up? How close am I? Not too bad. Okay, and lock. Unlock. This is going to be interesting. Will the trailer flip? Probably not. This thing has a decently wide wheelbase, and I've also left a whole lot of junk in the cargo container, so it's fairly heavy. Like, I haven't even noticed any... Well, apart from when I'm doing very stupid stuff. I haven't really noticed much of any tipping. That's the way I want it to go. What are the limits on the hitch parts? I think I set it to 75 degrees left, right, and then 15 degrees either way for roll and pitch. Got a silo over here. What else have we got? Part of me wants to show you guys the new stuff I've added. Oh, there's a turbine on the ground. I might not bother with that one. This one's in the ground. Can take the bits from it though. It's in the shed. Ooh, yes. I am taking your power cell. But, No, there's no way to get the hydrogen out. I'm just taking it. Yeah, the mysterious locking wheel seems to be a 3x3 small grid wheel problem. Doesn't seem to happen to the 5x5s. Hey, thanks NGBNL. Thank you so much for 1,000 bits. Thank you very much. I'm glad you're enjoying it. I'm, as you can probably tell, also enjoying playing this way. Which I always knew I would. This is probably a risky thing to do. Part of me feels like dragging this hydrogen tank by hand is giving me Stationeers vibes, and trying to drag an oxygen tank through a door and then having it clang out and kill me. we go. Yeah, you avoid the small grid 3x3s and you avoid large grid 5x5s. That seems to be the trick with wheels in Space Engineers. Oh, and another day is over. Jeez. Stop. Oh, this one's lame. Another one of the same one. Ooh, I did get a skeleton suit out of it though. That's kind of cool. That's pretty rare. Let's get us this battery. See if I somehow get lucky and there's a tool in here. Cargo container, which is down the bottom, of course. Nope. Just pointless stuff. Yes, there is a limit over a period of time of how many signals you actually get stuff from. That's why Capac complains so much about not getting anything, because he's always collected too many. The tether... Yeah, the tether I've got mixed feelings on. Moving the... I kind of almost wish I could specify which blocks it's allowed to move. So you can only move the smallest small grid batteries and gyroscopes. Everything else is too hard. It certainly speeds things up though. Ooh, what's over here? Okay, don't turn quickly. Oh, that was something else. That was very lucky. That was very, very lucky. So the reason I haven't laid this down is I wanted to leave space to put more stuff on there. Got a couple of sheds here, and it looks like we've got a couple of fences too, so I need to keep an careful eye out for that. Oh, also, I think there's something else I need to do, which I haven't done. Where are my spotlights at? Oh no, they are set to their maximum. Never mind. What have we got in here? Another plushie. Ah. Guess I could take those batteries. Anything in this? One of the few times you've seen me get tilted. Yep. Yep. Oh, that's why I haven't taken those batteries. It's hard to take those batteries. What about up here? Medium cargo container and an O2H2 gen. Alrighty. I should probably take these. Because if I have added, or at least I think I added ice to the loot table, but I just don't know whether it's worked for the things. It's meant to be showing up in the O2H2 generators, but it's not, which makes me wonder whether I can actually have it show up in them. I don't think I can, so I might have to just put it in cargo containers. I'll be back in just 1 second. Sorry, need another bio break. I've been drinking too much water. I'm back. Were there any computers in the ore detector? Yeah, there probably were. There probably were. I might try and move this as one chunk. Nope, can't mine ice. Well, actually, you probably can mine ice. I didn't get rid of mining. Huh. Yeah, you probably can mine ice, actually. Don't know that I want it that way. Wasn't supposed to be that way. I mean, it'll be painful to do. Doop, doop, doop. Get this out of the way. And this. And then I can pick this up with the crane. Yeah, so if you're playing any sort of food, if you like playing with food mods, this mod pack is not going to work for you. And I have no plans on balancing it for that. This is going to be balanced for vanilla-esque stuff only. So my idea for hydrogen was that you would actually have to find ice, loot ice, and loot full hydrogen container, hydrogen tanks, and then like pull that looted hydrogen into a tank to then get yourself to space. That's what I want it to be. Not that you just find the O2H2 gens, mine it, and you're done. I have found one grid drill, which was on that jalopy that was on the highway section. So there are the bits required to make something of a drill. There is a part of me that, since you're really going to have to get lucky, maybe it's not so bad to let people have that option. Whoops, wrong way. But I'm torn. I'm torn on that. You've got some real working alone on a ranch or farm vibes going on here. Doing things I shouldn't be doing, especially if I'm on my own. Yeah. There was a reason my siblings and I bought my dad one of those EPIRB things. Because he is the sort of person to do this stupid stuff in real life. And when he had a farm, we were concerned that he would do it when no one was around and would need a way to get help. Yes, Rover, do not flip over. Yeah, I could mess with the amount of hydrogen you get from ice, I guess, to mess with people. For want of a different way to go, because I can't think of anywhere particularly to head, let's just head to this unknown signal. Seems as good a way as any to give me a direction, a heading. Maybe spot something interesting. Got excited by that alien planet over the horizon just before. Thought it might have been something interesting, but it's not. No, there's no way to differentiate between ice in space and ice on the planet. They use the same voxel material, at least by default. You'd have to do the things that people do to mess with what spawns in asteroids to change that up. Which means it's possible, it's just not very, very doable for a person like me. It might be. I don't know what's involved with it. But it's more involved than I've gotten into with modifying how the ice stuff works. Yes, I see my unknown signal. Thank you, Spotlight. What do you mean, Dragnon? Could I have gotten a long hitch on my gooseneck? I've pushed it as far forward as I can given the crane's position. Is that another hangar down there? I think it could be. To drive down this straight, not leaving my massive topple risk, leaning sideways on a hill. Yep. My rotor just reached its limit and brought that back to upright. I mean, it's more like a semi-trailer that I was going for design-wise. Rotor OP. Maybe. That is a hangar. Wonder what it's got. Maybe it's got another big battery. Or maybe it's got something even better, which would be another cargo container for large grid. So that would be nice. So, one thing I was thinking about just now, I'm obviously keen to, you know, be tight enough, stingy enough with what I give out materials-wise for players, to extend the gameplay out so that you're really feeling that rush when you find things that you're looking for. But when we think about it, I played 5 hours the first, like 5 hours I think the first week, plus 9 hours, plus another 4. So I'm up to like 13 hours in this save, and this is what I've gotten to. Admittedly, this is like a fair bit, but that's taken 13 hours. That's, I think, reasonably good pacing. And yes, there is more solar here. I might try and cut those off the roof and take them home. Also, cargo container, heat vent. There. Oh, you've got some batteries in you, and you've got some hydrogen tanks. What have you got in the back? Let's grind open the door. The fake door, because I couldn't quite fit a real openable door on this. I think that's just an O2H2 gen. Or is it an oxygen tank? H2 gen and oxygen tank. There we go. Do I really care about an oxygen tank at this point? I'll be annoyed if I don't bring it, and when I decide to start building my spaceship, I really need one and I don't have one. That one's still intact. The one next to it has nothing. So I can probably just get rid of that. Let's hack this. See how much it's gotten it. 47.5%. That's not bad. Big grabby. Now, probably going to want to make a new landing gear for that, rather than using up one of my good position ones. Let's just slap one sideways on here. That'll do. Can I build a vent? No. No, I cannot. I would have to take one of the ones that I've found. I've found a few. I don't know that I've brought any of them home yet. I've just kind of been largely ignoring them. Ooh. Hello. I didn't look what was over here. Hydrogen engine. Sorter. Sorter. Oh. Oh. Hello. Hello, hello, hello. What do we have here? Oh, the mother load. It's bad that it's empty. Nope, 41%. Nice. That's a good haul of hydrogen. Yeah, I use build info. I don't like the Clud Hutter. The Clud Hutter? The HUD clutter. So I turned most of it off. Nope. Nope, don't grind that. That's not what I want to grind. Too generous, delete it all, start over. Yep. I feel like that sometimes. Not this time, though. Like as I was just saying, like 13 hours? Ooh, large grid PB. I might want to save that too. Oh no, I've got too many things. Too many things, not enough flatbed.
Inventory full.
Gonna need more flatbed. Gotta need more flatbed. Also, drain. Alright, did you have anything in you? Nope. Nope. Okay, fine. Ah, Dragnon! Thank you for another 10 gift subs. Alright, I should be able to leave these two cargo containers connected to each other. But, yeah, I'm more tempted toward
Inventory
putting stuff on the stuff that's on the trailer for this trip. Is that heavy? Well, that is heavy. Hello, metal grids. Come to me. Even though I don't really have a use for them at the moment. Except for maybe repairing this. See if I can repair those before I cut them off. Hey, keyboard killer. Yeah, I think stacking it high is the way to go here. We have some suspensions. Yes, we do. There we go. There's my small steel tubes. Alright. Maybe what I should do... I'm not going to do it right now. But I'm thinking next week... After people have had a bit of a chance to think about it and after I had it on the YouTube VOD as well. Next week I might put a bit of a poll up and see what you guys think. Is this too generous? Is it not too generous enough? Should I be giving away more or less? I think the main thing to, if you wanted to extend this play out more yourself, would be just to reduce the spawn rates. So you can't find as much stuff. But that is just more traveling time. The vote goes for too generous. Can we raid your base and clean you out a bit? Ooh. That's an interesting question. That is a very interesting question. I'm not sure how I feel about that. Oh man, I've got to get the solar panels as well. There's so much here. Hey, Zubster. Yeah, for streaming, I think this is right. But I think maybe for other settings, it might be a bit too much. But yeah, for streaming, it's right. You don't want to be sitting around waiting forever. In a streamed scenario. Okay, let's get up and get those solar panels ground down and see if I can do this ownership trickery. So let's get all the computers out of these. Yeah, that's a good point. I have also had you guys getting me to spawn more to speed things up. It's something, I guess that's something I'm willing to change later if after I release it people are like, this was too easy. Alright, now that's all the computers gone from those bits. There's no computer or ownership stuff on anything else, so now I will go and place a control panel down. And we'll see if I can take ownership of everything.
Energy low.
Yes! I can. Oh, I'm so glad that works that way. Once you get it all in the flatbed, you gotta slap it and say, that ain't going nowhere. Yep, that sounds appropriate. Well, I don't think there's going to be hard and easy versions of the mod, but you can certainly change a lot of settings yourself to make it more or less lucrative to move around. Alright. So, what I need to do is... approach this best. Because the thing that I need to kind of get right from the outset is the amount of stuff you get from each grid you find. So if you find lots of stuff in just one grid, then that's not going to work very well. Also, I don't want to really have that where I put it. I'm going to put one up here. Let's get this crane in place. I might try and get the solar panels down first, because then I can grind away the roof and have a bit of an easier space to work in. I think it might be tricky working the crane inside this hangar. We'll see though. Thanks, Giggity Bob. But, yeah, it is a heck of a tower on that trailer. It's one of my less well thought through life decisions, but oh well. It is what it is. I'm sure it'll be fine. Oh, hang on. Let's just do something quickly. See if this will work. See if I have the parts necessary to do this either. Why not attach the crane from above to the solar panels? The solar panels won't be attached if I try and come from above. I suppose I could kind of come through and then grind the rest of it, but I was thinking more I grab it from underneath and then I just cut them loose, because they should come loose fairly easily. Do I have more large steel tubes? Yes, I do. There we go. Those containers are now a single grid. So good. 2 more cargo containers for the base. Oop. Oh no. It's locked down to the new landing gear that I haven't actually named yet. It's not what I wanted. How's that looking? That might work. I think I might need to rotate it a little bit more so I can get a bit more upright. Try large grid for my escape ship? I don't know. Honestly, I haven't thought through the escape ship one bit. I've been entirely focused on the mod. I've not been thinking about my series goal side of it at all. Oh yeah, I haven't found any hydro thrusters yet, have I? So that's another thing I need to make sure is in the mod. Alright, and I guess lock, unlock. Let's do the dangerous one. I was going to do the solar panels, but I seem to be able to move around to here well enough, so let's grab a hydrogen tank. Yeah, this is where I lose half my truck and all my loot. This is where it all goes wrong. Oh, nope. go. I don't know, dump the turbine because it's already there and it's funny. I'm kind of the opinion that once you've done something like that, you just gotta roll with it and see how it goes. Come on, ready to lock. There we go. Alright, let's grab this engine next. This is working okay. And I'm going to see if I can get something onto this. Put it on auto lock. Oh, too far. Can we tempt you into taking the entire roof to add to your base? Would that be as bad as it sounds? It'd be kind of difficult to drive. You'd have to cut off a few layers of the bottom. I don't know. I'm trying to think of how that might even work, and I'm struggling. Don't know if I'll eventually find the controls that do what I want it to do. I think that's locked. No, it's not. Now it is. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I was kind of thinking. I'm like, could I do it by just crane straight up? Cut off the bottom of this and then drive with a massive turtle on my back? I mean, it feels really stupid, but it equally feels kind of tempting. Yep, only the most precarious mag locking, always. Alright, you've talked me into trying it. I'm wondering if my wheels will be even able to cope, whether I've got enough strength. I think. Yep. Okay, here goes everything then, I guess. Oh dear. Why do I listen to you guys? Oh wait, hang on. Hang on, hang on, hang on, hang on. Whatever. We're doing it this way. It's a bad idea, and I'm about to make it worse. Do. Going out. Okay, need to get this onto that landing gear. That. Right there. I think that's locked. No, it is not. Now it is. Alright. If we're going stupid, you gotta go the whole way. Now, I need to flip this around. Going to need to kind of try and see if it can flip over while I'm in here. All the way over. Like so. Now I probably also want to move myself in my cockpit and move me a bit more central. Never go full shack. No. You gotta do these things. Sometimes you just gotta roll the dice and be like, yeah, you know what? If this works, it'll be memorable. If it doesn't work, it'll be bright. Alright, I'm locked to the ceiling. I'm gonna cut out this row. If it doesn't work, it was like that when we got here. Yes. Yes, absolutely. Wasn't me. I didn't do it. Okay. I am interested to see if the crane will just collapse under the weight of this steel plate, but it's not that heavy. I saw it all, officer. Was an engineer in an orange suit. Yep. Alright, here goes. Doop, 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 doop. Okay, that's the first terrifying bit passed. Now I have 8.5 kilometers to drive like this. Goodbye, a tree. Probably. No? No, the tree got lucky. Oh, what am I doing? Actually looks kind of cool. Yeah, it is an umbrella. So the acid rain that you guys saw in Wrong Way Up, we were supposed to be able to protect from it using something like this. That was my idea when I first set it up, but I couldn't get it to work. Rover has hat. Yes. It's almost like Capax here. Everything's getting a hat. I suppose the bigger question when I get this home is, why did I bring this whole bit? I guess I can make a second hangar? I suppose? Maybe? Between the turbines. Yeah. Yeah, I can put it between the turbines. I mean, arguably, this hat should make it less likely for the wind turbine to be able to make me roll over. At least roll the whole way over. And yes, I am being sidetracked by the thing I saw up here. If I can find it. Hello, thing that was up here? Where are you? Oh. It's just up this hill. So the red marker on the HUD is one of the assert bases that spawned when I first started this, because I had assert active, but then I realized it was taking away too much of the scrap that I needed to progress, so I got rid of it, because it was just going to mean that I was constantly... I was kind of halving the amount of scrap that I could get, which would have slowed the series down. Potentially painfully. Oh, there we go, there it is. Now, I can mark where this is, but I can't actually pick anything up. Because I don't think I can put my hat down and pick it back up again. At least not with any degree of ease. Plus, I do already have a truck on my roof. If there's something really good here, I'll come back. Let's check it out. I mean, there's a vent, but they're really not rare to come by. Nothing in that one. Oh. Oh. I've been here before. Let's go home. Ooh. 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 That's a little bit tippy. Oh, yeah. I should paint them, shouldn't I? So I know where I've been. That way I can see them at a distance and it's not a HUD clutter thing. That's a good idea. I'll have to do that in the future. Don't plan on turning around to do it now. Paint them pink when I need to know which ones not to go to. Oh, get rough terrain, not good. No. Oh, I'm getting a tank slapper going. Oh. Also, that terrain is not nice. Let's not go that way. Yes, the roly-poly happy rover. The tail is wagging the dog, yes. No blamo yet. Nope. No blamo. Possibly uncomfortably safe transition. No, bad tree. You twisted my hat. Oh. Now I just look like a lame old dude trying to look cool with his hat sideways. But it's somehow just not right. Now it's just jaunty, almost rakish. There's another tree, flip it back. Okay. Don't know that it's going to work, but I'll give it a try. Let's use this dead tree. My toupee slipped. Yes. Oh, it helped a little. Oh, no, it didn't. Oof. Stop tipping. You're okay. Oh, no. Oh, man. I didn't think I was turning tightly enough for that to happen, but apparently so. And safely home. Now just got to get all this stuff off, which I am going to leave for next time. Next time is going to begin with the fun of taking off my hat. Or hats. Or toupee and hat, because car. So yeah, I'll be back tomorrow. I'll be back on Monday with some more... Actually, on Monday, I'm going to be doing a... Shadow and I are planning on doing a sponsored stream trying out something new. Which will probably be followed by some Minecraft. On Tuesday, I'm going to start The Long Dark. Because I've wanted to play it for so long, and it's such a well-reviewed game. And I've owned it for 9 years. I want to play it. And then Icarus after that. And then Assertive Acquisitions Wednesday, and this back on Friday. So there's all that, and plenty more to come. And I will see you guys then. Thanks for coming.